Gonna start doing some dailies for Reaper. Because I've got Machinist at 50? Yeah. And I got Dark Knight to 90. I have Scholar and Summoner to 90. And what? Why? And Astrologian and another healer, I've got it to 82, so I'm not too worried about it since I have 2 other healers. But I'm trying to get one of each role, and then that way I can do the sides. Have I not done the? I haven't. Okay, so there's one story I haven't done in the Crystarium. So once when I get the Machinist to 80, I can do the story in the Crystarium. And then once when I get... Because I can do the Healer and Caster and Tank story in Endwalker. But I want to try to get them all done at like one time. Okay. See how the queues are. Since it's the weekend, I'm hoping not too bad. Hey, there we go. I hope to God it's not Alex. That's all I've been getting. Give me Eden. Give me Eden, or give me Omega. Give me something other than Alex. And it's Alex. At least we got some new people, I think. Yeah, looks like it. Reaper has so little. That's 60. Okay. Oh, is this the one where they all, I always get, the one with all the ads. I think this is the one where they all, come on, where they all get together. Oh, I'm in danger. do not know that mech. I don't get this one enough. I always get, like I said, either that one or I always get the one with nothing but ads. The one with the cat where you have to kill the hearts before they reach the boss. Ow! Before they reach the boss. Here. Or the one with the plane where you have to jump on top of it, or where the arena gets exploded. Ooh, our tank has 7 of these babies. No, come here. Oh, he left right before. Which way you turned it, boy? Ooh. Somebody in my FC is trying to do Palace of the Dead solo. They got to floor 11. I've gotten to Palace of the Dead floor 50 with my husband and my cousin Chad. Well, I call him my cousin. He's like family to me. He was married to my husband's cousin they were together. Oh God, they were together like a decade or so, and then they got married, and then his husband was like cheating and stuff, and so he was like, nah, I'm out. But my husband's cousin was cheating on our friend, and I kind of wrote him off after that. I'm like, But Chad is still like one of my dearest friends. I cleared it with him, and then I cleared it, or I got to 450, and then it was him, Chris, and somebody else. I can't remember who was with us. I don't think it was Alma. Somebody else was with us, but I can't. Who was Kajani? It's been a hot minute. I don't remember. And then I've not been to Heaven on High. I've cleared Eureka Orthos once with Alma, Havoc, and Nick. And that was fun. I was so excited when I cleared it, I cried. And then, like, there's one floor, like, I learned pretty quickly. There were a few bosses that I died on. And I went in, I'm a Sage main, so I went in, on my main account anyway. I went in as Sage. And there was one boss, the only reason, and Havoc's like tank privilege, I swear, that's the only reason why, it's insane. And he was the only one that was still alive at the end of that boss. And then we got to the last boss, and they were like, don't worry if you, but they were like, oh my god, I can't believe you learned so, like, I just learned so fast. But the other one, I was like, nah. And like, even, I swear to god, if this is a Crystal Tower, I'm going to just, Yes! Oh, let's go! I think that's a Palace of the Dead bow, or Heaven on High. I should actually get some decent experience out of this since it's a level 80. I've really got to go back and finish this game. I'll have to start over from the beginning. Oh my. I think I should be okay. Yes. Okay, out of the middle. Oh my. Oh shit. Get to the middle. Oh my goodness. Keep him still. I better not hit. Just length it. Oh, I'm dead here. Worth it. Nah, don't worry about it. Oh, I went to use the access point way too early. Shit. Can't wait till I get Communio. Ah, sicko mode. And Bloodstock. Not Bloodstock, whatever it turns into. Oh goodness. Bros! You can't attack it if it's moving. Oh, you got the easy floor. goodbye, tank. Oh, well. Ugh. Okay. Which way we going? Okay. Stay here. And move. Here. Got sicko mode ready to go. Oh my gosh, I just now realized I have to finish this story, the turn-ins on this character. I forgot about that. Oh my gosh, I forgot all about that. Oh my. Yep, here's one. Here's your tank. Target. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about there. be so bad. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my. Okay, he got it. Oh, thank goodness. Oh my gosh, I was next to get that. That's what it looks like on the dude. It looks like a priest uniform. Sure, I'll greet it. Why not? I always low roll on Orchestrion scrolls. Every time. Do I have any gear? I don't. Oh, if I run leveling and well, 84 is not. I don't think 84 is like 533 gear, and it's yeah, so it's not honestly that much of a difference. Oof. Chloe. I'm gonna re-roll that. Okay, so better chance. I ran trials, right? I have not ran trials. Let me do leveling. I love the names that people have for characters. It makes me so happy. Cheeseburger combo, just things like that. It cracks me up. Oh, are my retainers back? Nope, not yet. Oh, I know what I can. Need to go to the golden saucer. I'm gonna be so mad. I always joke with my husband that since I'm playing on my alt, I'm gonna get the jackpot on my alt. I've been playing this game for 5-6 years and I've never gotten the jackpot on my main. And we're like, watch me get it on my alt. And I'm gonna be so mad. Nope. $43. What is this shenanigans? They're bringing, I've never watched the show, but they're bringing something like a Yaokai, whatever event that is. They're bringing it back. I wasn't, I guess because I'm not aware of the show or whatever. I didn't care for it. There was nothing that was like, oh, I need this. I know on Nim, I got all the minions and I think like 1 or 2 of the weapons. And I was just like, I don't care. But I know the people that did watch it. I think someone in my free company has watched it, and they said it was a cute show. I don't know anything about it though. I'm about to just give up. But Q is terrible. Do I dare? Okay. Oh my gosh! Of course! I was gonna go to the middle one. I'm so upset. I'm not. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine. This game likes to do a little trolling, but it's okay. Hey! Hey! Haha! Fool me once, shame on me. Ugh. I'm trying to find, where's that one? This is what I'm saving up for on NIM, is this thing. I've got, I think it's like 3.5 mil. I did have almost 3.8 mil, and then the Final Fantasy 15 event came out, so there went that. Or Final Fantasy 16, I'm sorry. The Final Fantasy 16 event came out. And, because you can get there's cards. There's cards and like some other stuff. What was it? It was cards and Orchestrion scrolls. That's what it was. And I haven't gotten them on Kova yet because I mean I don't have enough. I think it's like 300k in GP, something like that. Oh wow, you can actually wear... It's always this long-running meme that you can't wear anything on your head in Vieira and Hrothgar. You can actually wear something on your head for Vieira for once. Oh, that makes me... I can't stand long nails. Even on women, like when my nails start to get so long, it's just I immediately grab a nail filer. I can't handle it. What could Johnny log in for them off like immediate? Unless he's getting on his alt. He's in Shadowbringers on his alt. And doing it on Reaper, which I'm confused because he's a warrior main. So I'm not entirely sure why. Alright, I'm giving it like till 7. Lapse time 7 minutes. And I'm pulling out. I know I'm like 15th in queue, but those DPS queues, man. I remember when I was a ninja main on my main on NIM, I was a ninja main up until 6.0. And up until 6.0, and then after I beat base Shadowbringers, I was a scholar. No, I want to say I went to tanking before I did healing. Yes, I did Gunbreaker, and then I did Gunbreaker, and then I became a scholar main. I was a scholar. Yes, Barnum's Medal. God, I love this dungeon. New tank. What's your gear look like? Ooh. We should be okay. To use your mitts, bud. This is one of those dungeons that you cannot not use your mitts. Like it hits hard. There we go. Oh, whoop, 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 whoop. Please don't. Oh. Landlines is a trap. I swear, every single time I put it down, it's like, we're gonna put all the AoEs here, and you're gonna like it. Oy. Run, stay. No, 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 no. Away. Away. Yep. Yeah, this dungeon sometimes makes or breaks people. I don't know how much he thinks he's gonna do without a healer. I could try. I don't know about that, but... This guy is not mitting. You should have Heart of Stone at this level too. It heals back. I don't think this person knows their class. It's okay though. Oh, shit. Just not paying attention. There we go. Guy is not mitting. He mits when everything's over and done. was rough. It was rough. Oh, boy. Sage is a whole lot more patient than I would have been. Then again, I'd just stay. Alright, now I think I need to go to... I want to say it's the Archeon? Is it? Did I just go to the wrong place? No, that's Ultimathul. I need to go to Aporia. What's an Ultimathul? Oh, I've got a side quest in Ultimathul. That's why. I love the Pandaemonium raids. The story is so good, and the fights are fun. Greetings, Kova, and welcome to my humble laboratory. I am sure Nimgigi has already told you plenty about us, but allow me to introduce myself personally. I am Claudian, leader of this little research collective. I must admit I have been nervous about this meeting ever since Nimgigi set out to find you. For a researcher in my field, there is no greater an honor than to meet the first man in history to traverse the ethereal sea and return to tell the tale. The professor speaks often and at length of your deeds, but he has no small number of achievements to his own name. He has peered deeper into the ethereal sea than any other in Charlayan, and the breadth of his knowledge is peerless. Peerless, perhaps, but for a single man, we must seize this precious opportunity to learn what we can from him, and perhaps crack this conundrum that has stumped the three of us for moons. It was we who peered into the fathomless sea from the Antitower in the Dravanian hinterlands. There we spoke with Heidelin, and learned of the fate that would befall this star, the final days. Soon thereafter, all research was moved to Labyrinthos, and through the Asioscope did we continue our vigil. As impressive a work as the device is, however, it can glimpse but a fraction of the sea's infinite depths. Which brings us to the matter at hand. Not long after the Exodus was declared, we recovered an unusual crystal shard during a routine observation. It appeared before us suddenly, as if propelled to the surface by some unknown force. We found that it possessed an ethereal density that exceeds that of normal crystals by orders of magnitude, and its shape resembles nothing which occurs in the natural world. It was made, not formed. Unfortunately, that was the extent of the information we could glean before we were forced to turn our focus towards the Exodus. The crystal was very nearly forgotten amidst the sudden upheaval. But thanks to the efforts of a certain someone, that crisis is now behind us, and we are free to resume our research. Thus did we decide to seek you out, the dauntless adventurer who delved into the unknown and beheld its innermost secrets. And now we would have you to see for yourself. Here's the crystal in question. If it resembles aught you have encountered before, even by the smallest degree, please say so. Hey! We have one of those. Actually, we have several of those. Oh yeah, that's right. He was formed into one by Hythlodaeus. Memory abides within this crystal. As I thought, you do know what it is. Please, tell me everything. Captain. I see. The Asians use these to transfer their memories to new vessels. Fascinating indeed. It was plain that this crystal was special somehow, but this revelation surpasses even my considerable expectations. Similar artifacts have appeared throughout the ages. Memories of martial techniques manifested as crystalline shards on the battlefield, or storied stones passed from master to student. A comparison between said artifacts and this crystal may prove a fruitful first step in unveiling its true nature. What do you think, Professor? Ascian memories. Windows through which we can gaze upon the convocation of 14. Unlike the crystal in Kova's story, this one does not bear the mark of the convocation. Who, then, could these memories belong to? And more importantly, why were they stored in this particular shard? More importantly still, why was it set adrift on the ethereal sea? Professor Claudian. Huh? Yes? I'm well aware that contemplation is the key to breakthrough, but there's a propriety to consider. We have a guest, one you invited explicitly. Must we do this every time? What? Of course, our guest! Terribly sorry, I do so easily find myself unmoored by the ties of rumination. I'm used to that. We got Oriange. Perhaps a more engaging use of your time with us would be for you to take up that crystal. If indeed there are memories stored within, they may reveal themselves to you upon contact. If anyone, message, come. Pandaemonium, please. Faces, grave threat, star in danger. That expression does not bode well. What did you see? Pandaemonium? 'Tis not a word I have heard before. If my knowledge of the ancient tongue serves me, it means all demons. Not a name that inspires optimism, all things considered. In the event that another star-shattering cataclysm is in fact bearing down upon us, I would have the aforementioned examples of crystallized memory to hand. Nimgigi, Rusinol, I entrust the procurement to you. If there are more memories to be extracted from this crystal, we will find them. As for you, Kova, there is a person I would have you seek, the one who has delivered so dire a warning. Your story tells us that this crystal could very well have been made by one of the ancients. If that's the case, then discerning the nature of this pandemonium would require a trip far into the past, to an era before the Sundering. I know of only one individual capable of such a feat, the very hero who traversed time to prevent the world's doom. I must confess, the tales people tell of your adventures beggar belief, and their veracity has been such a subject of much debate among my peers. After today's meeting, however, there can be no doubt in my mind that every incredible exploit is a fact. So I ask you now, return to the past. Find out what and where Pandaemonium is, and if we need be concerned by this message, to help us away! Thank you. For the time being, you should keep the crystal in your possession. I do not think you have seen the last of its memories, and more may be drawn out as you approach their source. Safe travels, and may we meet again soon to find our findings, or share our findings. But... I guess I go to Elpis then? I guess? Oh, to the ocular. Okay, okay. Oh, Shadowbringers, how I miss you. If receives this message. Come, Pandaemonium, quickly. I'm gonna go to the past. Ouch. Just yeet myself through. Could it be? No, of course not. Apologies, but for the briefest moment I thought you to be a dear friend of mine. I realize now that such a notion is preposterous. He told me a falling star would appear before me, and I suppose you must be it. Truth be told, I did not expect the expression to be so literal. It's gonna give me feels. God dang it. Apologies for not introducing myself properly. My name is Themis. As you can see by my bare face, I am not one of Elpis's observers. Rather, I am come here on an assignment, which has been more or less routine up until this very moment. You certainly do know how to make an entrance. I must wonder what brought you here, for it is plain that you do not belong here. Or any place I know, for that matter. Might as well go along with the lie that we started from the beginning. It appears my initial impression was not so preposterous after all. I did not know my friend had such a unique familiar at his disposal. If you are here at Azim's behest, then I believe I can hazard a guess as to your purpose. You are here to investigate Pandaemonium, yes? If so, we may be able to help one another. But first, might I trouble you to explain how you came to collide with my skull? We have a tendency to kind of Just fall onto people, into places, things. I love the Ancient's eyes. They're so cool. I see. I believe that dispels any major doubts I had concerning your intentions. Apologies for being so intrusive, but you must understand, this is an uncommon occurrence. Understandable. I shall pry no further, for I am well aware that we all have secrets we must keep. However, if I may, I would very much like to take a look at this crystal of yours. Fascinating. While I cannot say much as to what it contains, it is clear that there are memories stirring within. Memories that speak of something gravely amiss in Pandaemonium. Forgot, like, Theme is so tiny. I don't think he's supposed to be like a child. The facility extends beneath Elpis and is overseen by the Warriors of La Habrea. I've been there. It houses those creations that are highly valued as research subjects and highly dangerous to the star. Naturally, it is strictly guarded and under constant surveillance. Several days ago, however, a natural shift in the flow of its surrounding ether was detected. Soon after, all communications from Pandaemonium ceased. I am here as representative of an organization that works directly with the Convocation, and have been tasked with investigating this incident. Now that there is some measure of transparency between us, might I offer a suggestion as to what we should do next? Oh, Hank! Now then, my proposal is a simple one. Let us journey to Pandaemonium together. Our destination is the same, and I suspect the arrangement would work to our mutual benefit. Besides, I should have no trouble gaining us both access. I do hope you agree. I would be loath to part ways with the falling star I have been waiting so long for. Originally, I had planned to conduct my investigation with the friend I mentioned earlier. He also noticed the anomaly near Pandaemonium, so it only seemed natural that we should investigate it together. However, he eventually decided that it would be unwise for both of us to go. If two members of our organization are seen poking their heads about restricted facilities, it would raise questions, you see. I decided to go alone, but he left me with these words: "Fear not, for in my absence a star shall fall before you." While I could not comprehend his meaning at the time, I believe it now I understand. He does have a way with being right about these things. Even so, his hints of what to come are generally more cryptic. I suppose I should have kept my gaze to the heavens. Suffice it to say that I am grateful for your presence either way. As for the matter at hand, we must first gain permission from the Words of La Habrea for entry into Pandaemonium. There ought to be a speaker waiting at Anagnoris. I do not know how to pronounce these words. I need a slot material, but I don't have enough. I sent a request for permission before setting forth to Elpis. With luck, we shall not be waiting long. What a fascinating etheric signature. In accordance with the Convocation's request, the two of you have been granted leave to observe Pandaemonium. I shall register your ether for the records. From this point on, you may freely come and go from Pandaemonium as you please. That was a painless process. I take this as a sign that we are meant to conduct our investigations together. Of course, while you have been permitted entry into the facility, the specimens housed inside must be handled with the utmost care. You are to heed the warder's instructions at all times. Those who conduct their research within Pandaemonium are called warders for their role with respect to the creatures within. Generally, creations that pose a threat to the safety of the star must be undone. However, the words of La Habrea have deemed certain such creations as worthy of further study, interring them within the facility. Those who spend their days in Pandaemonium are not merely researchers. They must work tirelessly to ensure that none of their subjects slip their shackles. For all intents and purposes, this place is a dungeon. Perhaps such a comparison arouses frightful imagery, but Pandaemonium is a frightful place. I know not the purpose of your investigation, but if you discover aught that merits a report, pray do so with utmost haste. Master La Habrea shall guide us upon the proper course of action from there. Then I take it that means you have detected nothing amiss as of late? The warders have reported nothing that would cause alarm. Minor fluctuations in ether have been observed, but surely Master La Habrea would have acted if there were anything worth worrying about. I see. It appears La Habrea is kept well abreast of the goings-on here, then. I hope I am not overstepping my boundaries by asking, but you seem to be quite familiar with Master La Habrea. Yeah? Oh, the stories I could tell you. You are no mere familiar, are you? Master La Habrea is not known for being generous with his time. That one would have stories of his company almost beggars belief. Regardless, whether I doubt I need to tell you this, he is of the Convocation. Take care that your actions do not hinder his work. And with that, we are free to make our way to Pandaemonium. The naïs that will take us there on the eastern bank of Leith, let us delay no further. Pandaemonium may be reached via the naïs on the island of the northeast. I suggest you hurry before your companion leaves you behind. That's like way up there, isn't it? Lamp. This place is so pretty. I cannot wait until 7.0 with the graphics update. Oh god, I'm so ready. I had to contain my surprise for the sake of appearances. But is it true that you two have met La Habrea in the flesh? I find you more fascinating by the moment. Still, I shall refrain from asking too many questions. Secrets will make our journey all the more intriguing. We shall come to know each other in time, I wager. Or else, why would fate have orchestrated our meeting? In any case, let us be off. Truth be told, this will be my first time beholding the fabled Pandaemonium with my own eyes. Here's to a new adventure, eh? The music here. Oh, I love the music to the Pandaemonium raids. I'm trying to remember if I actually remember, like, the whole story to this. I'm sure I've forgotten. I did the Savage to 1 and 2. The first Panda, but that's a long story. It is as much as I feared. The speaker seemed in such high spirits that for a moment I thought the ethereal irregularity not nearly so grave a portent as I had imagined. Alas, 'twas a fleeting and vain hope. To gaze upon this complex network of chains and wards, the untrained eye might not sense anything awry. No effort has been spared in making this place impenetrable. Even the finest of masterworks is not without its flaws, however. Someone, or something, is tampering with the protections. It is working from within, eroding them from the inside out. Fear not, there is no immediate danger. I reinforced what protections I could the moment we arrived. This will not put an end to whatever is occurring, but it shall at least serve to slow its progress. One small victory, though the road ahead of us is yet long. Yes, powerful forces are at work here. The silence in the air speaks volumes. While I did not expect a bustling facility, I see not a single warder. Our first course of action should be to seek one out, wherever they may be. However, there is something you must know. It kind of reminds... This is very Kingdom Hearts 2-esque. Like, the castle in the world that never was. This is what this reminds me of. Especially, like, with all the chains and everything. The magic I wove upon entering requires my constant awareness. That is to say, if we are forced to fight, I cannot risk joining you in battle. Should I lose focus, Pandaemonium's protections will rapidly crumble before the force assailing them. Were there another way, I would gladly choose it. But let us at least be grateful that neither of us is here alone, trapped in hopeless circumstances. If we should fail to find a peaceable solution, then I hope I can rely on your strength to see us through. You have my promise. Thank you for offering your help so willingly. If weapons are drawn, I hope to be able to lend at least a touch of magical support. Creation magics do have their uses in that regard. I had it in mind to use your ether as basis for illusory allies that will fight along your side. Perhaps 7 shall do? Not exactly an army, but by the looks of you, a formidable band nonetheless. Then so shall it be. Now, what, I wonder, awaits us in Pandaemonium's pitiless halls? See, I did the first and second one. I cleared the first one the first time as a Reaper, and I did it with 2 of my FC mates, and then just used a Party Finder because the 2 FC mates, like, they had their own static and they wanted, because I had brought up wanted to give it a try, and they finally were like, okay, how about this? And they said, you main healers so much. You're a Sage main, and they said, so pick Sage and we'll try that. And then I was fine, like, got it, good, we're good. So I cleared 1 several times, got to 2, and the first and only time I cleared it, there was somebody that I was friends with in the game, and they do Savage and Ultimates and stuff for fun. Like, they've done it from, like, the beginning, and this was my first time ever doing a Savage, and then, like, Endwalker was the first time I ever did of content extremes as well. And so he was asking, like, what I was doing, what I was, and I told him what was going on. He's like, oh my gosh, let me in, I want to do it. So he and a friend of his joined us, and then we joined up in Party Finder, and he was white mage main. He's a white mage main, and first time ever doing it, I'd done the fight like 2 or 3 times, and we never got, the clear. And of course, I say 2 or 3 times, but you're in there. If you've done Savage and extreme content or Ultimates, you're in there for like hours. And I got the fight, and then there's one mechanic on the second boss in Hippocampus. People, if you have, it's like you're numbered or something like that, and it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 and 3 go on one side of the platform, and then 2 and 4 go like across from them on like a different platform, and 1 goes in the front, and then 2 goes in the front, and Hippo will jump to 1 and then jump to 2, and then 3 is supposed to 1's supposed to go behind 3, and 3 is supposed to come up, and 4 is supposed to go to 2, and 2 is supposed to go back. And I did it right, and he was too close, so it killed me. And then the other guy was too close, and it killed the red mage. And he blamed me. He said that it was my fault, and even though one of my FC friends was like recording it, and he played it back and was like, no, you were right where you were supposed to be. He was the one that was too close, and the other guy was too close. And he goes, I can see it right here. You were exactly where, and like he played it back for me. He's like, okay, go, and he like sent me the video, and I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and so was the red mage. And but he blamed me, and then he said that I don't need to go back into Savage or extreme content until I learn my class and like learn the fights and stuff like that. So I never went back. I did do some extreme fights with Kajani and Slay. I've cleared Heidelin, Zodiark. I almost cleared the Bird. Almost cleared Insinger. I've cleared Barbaricia. And I haven't tried the other ones yet. I haven't gone back and cleared. We got really close with Insinger. We got to Enrage. We got to Enrage and wipe. But I never went back to do Savages after that because it just destroyed my confidence. But and then like I didn't tell them about it for the longest time. I did not tell them, and because they were like, "Oh, you ready to?" And I'm just like, I'm not. I don't think I'm up for this. And they were like, "Why?" And I was just like, I just don't. I don't think this is for me. And when they finally found out, like, they were pissed. They were like, "Why didn't you tell us?" And they said, "We would have told you. You did fine. Like, you did. This was your first time ever doing extremes." And I've never gone back. And they've been asking me. They're like, you need to at least go back and give it another shot. But it is what it is. Like, tell me this is not very Kingdom Hearts. Like, not the world that never was. Yeah, it's like, it kind of reminds me of that. Or not the world that never was. Hollow Bastion. It kind of reminds me of Hollow Bastion, and it kind of reminds me of the last place you go to in Kingdom Hearts 2. Hollow Bastion was Kingdom Hearts 1, but what was that? Oh my gosh, I cannot remember what that place was called. It's been so long since I played those games. I played them the last time when they were re-released with all the extra content and stuff on the PS4, and that was a hot minute. That was a hot minute, and I just did not. 3 was no. I watched Chris play it, like, because we wanted to give it a shot, and Chris got so far in it, and I was watching him play, and it was just, like, I was seriously gonna think of trying it, and then I was, like, watching him do it, like, from beginning and on, and I'm just like, this is not, or, like, I watched him play it for hours, and the Savage of this fight's fun. I'll save them. I must. This appears to be one of the warders we seek, but I'm afraid he's in no state to answer questions. Perhaps you can bring him to his senses? Yep, oops. That was a thrilling display, and if I may be so vaunting, the warriors I spun from your ether fought even more splendidly than I had anticipated. I suppose they were cut from excellent cloth, after all. We should wait until this man regains his senses. He wears the robes of a warder, and I would be very curious to know what drove him to attack us sight unseen. Kova, he stirs. What came over me? It's coming back to me. My mind was filled with a storm of desperation, anger. I leapt at you, though I knew not of your intentions. Pray accept my apologies and my thanks. Had you not knocked some sense back into me, I may have fallen upon someone less capable of defending themselves. No sweat. I am Ericthonios, a warder of Asphodelos, Pandaemonium's highest layer, and the place we're in now. I almost wonder why you were so desperate to keep us out. What is happening in Pandaemonium? The creations interred within Asphodelos have been set free, and stalk its halls to no end but violence. That's not good, to say the least. Has this ever happened before? No, never. Each level of Pandaemonium is under the charge of a key ward, who keeps strict control over the most minute aspects of their domain. They're selected with great care, and their loyalty to Master La Habrea is absolute. Yet something's gone terribly wrong. Try as we might to hold the line, the chaos within is overwhelming. I hardly realized that I had become separated from my colleagues. I remember a chorus of whispers assailing my senses, and afterwards only flashes of rage and fury. Then blackness, from which I awoke to find that whatever had overcome me was gone. I see. Your senses may have been muddled by magics that affect the mind. Perhaps the self-same ones that saw you separate from other warders. Whatever had taken hold of me, thank you for releasing me from its clutches. That you've come here from the surface must mean some word of our plight has reached the outside world. If you know anything that may help, pray tell. Hi, baby. My baby love. Horror among horrors. So Pandaemonium's protections are indeed being dismantled from within. By the same individual, or individuals, that released its captives and set them upon you, no doubt. Such knowledge avails us little, however, if we cannot ascertain their identity. Themis, was it? You said you worked for an organization under the auspices of the Convocation. Were they to receive word of what has transpired here? What measures would they take? Doubtless they would consider this place to be a lost cause. Pandaemonium's ties to the outside world would be severed, or perhaps would be wiped from existence entirely. As I thought, were the creatures to escape to the outside world, there would be untold carnage. The words of La Habrea would never risk that, despite what value the research subjects may hold. All the more reason to work with haste. If we can't expect further help, then it falls upon me to save the others. I'll not leave them behind. You would go alone. I won't leave the other warders to face certain doom. I know they fight for survival even now. They wouldn't abandon their duty. They would see the creatures return to their cells at all costs. And I must do the same. Themis, I know the request I'm about to make of you is a monumental one, but please, say not a word of this to the Convocation until I've been given a chance to set things right. Forgive my rudeness, Erchthonios, but my decision cannot be swayed by emotion. You would only be consigning yourself to an early death. Strength of resolve alone cannot win in the face of overwhelming odds. That being said, our investigation has only just begun, and we would be remiss to turn back ere we've made an exhaustive survey. So, for the time being, there's slightly more than resolve to rely upon. I knew you'd be all too eager to join us. Each moment since you fell from the skies has been more interesting than the last. More and more you remind me of my dear friend. Which goes some way towards encouraging me that this matter will yet reach a satisfactory conclusion. So you agree to help? For the moment, our goals align. The protective magics of Pandaemonium yet hold, so for the moment time is in our favor. Let us proceed upon the course you and Koba have set us upon. Hi, you my noodle caboodle. Mwah. What is it doing? That was hers. Leave it to me. Themis and Koba, yes? Thank you. The warders owe you a great debt already. Is my little baby girl. We shall be glad to have someone familiar with Pandaemonium's halls by our side. A party of 3 is ever so much more entertaining than a pair of 2. Now let us return our attention to rescuing your colleagues. Perhaps it would be wise to approach the gates, in case any have followed you out. Beep, 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 beep. It seems our investigation will be quite the ordeal after all. Still, I find it hard to believe that La Habrea knows not of what has transpired here. Whoever the mastermind of this crisis is, they do not lack for power and cunning. Aww. Hello, Dorian. Here's your babies. Not a sound can be heard from within, which means neither creature nor warder has made it this far. We should begin forming a plan to save them at once. Forgive me if I misunderstand, but do you mean to rescue the warders and creations both? Naturally. Although they may be dangerous, they're valuable research subjects. I won't see our labor, our untold hours of study go to waste. I dare say La Habrea would smile to hear you say such a thing. That is, if we have had cause to report this incident to him. Smile? I'm not sure his face is capable of such warmth. Ah, so you have met him before? I was under the impression he rarely visited Pandaemonium. I have, yes. My mentor was the previous head of this facility, that is to say La Habrea's predecessor in the position of chief keyword. Her name was Athena, and she was a researcher with the words. 'Twas she who appointed me to this position, in fact. I see. I did not know there was a chief ward before La Habrea. Your motivation to save your research subjects is not entirely driven by duty to the words, then. You wish to preserve the work of your mentor. You've the right of it. I'm lacking in ideas of how to go about that, however. I'm a mere warder, and cannot wield intermittent magics. But of course, I can hardly expect you to be versed in the magics we use here. If you recall, during your battle earlier, I bound you in ethereal shackles. Intermittent is a more refined and powerful magic based on the same principles. While both are used to keep our subjects docile, only the key ward of each tier is permitted to use intermittent. Even if I were allowed, I lack the aptitude to use the spell to any notable effect. Fascinating. I have some knowledge of these forms of spellcraft. Actually, La Habrea himself established their foundation, if I recall. While shackles are meant to bind an object in place for a short time, intermittent freezes the very space around it for as long as the caster wills. Indeed. While the illusory beings you summoned in our fight suggested as much, I see your knowledge of magic is vast. Perhaps you've already mastered the art of intermittent, and I've been lecturing you like a child all this time. I'm afraid my knowledge ends there. I have not the precise understanding of how the invocations interact with natural laws that would be needed to cast said spells with any consistency. While I consider myself versed in various magics, I'd be ill-advised to assume the duties of Keyword without instruction. That being said, if I were to learn more of intermittent and its inner workings, perhaps... Well, you have a warder standing in front of you. Well, the solution is obvious when you put it like that. Ericthonios, you implied that what prevented you from performing intermittent was lack of magical capacity. What if I supplemented your power with my own? Would the spell succeed then? I can't say for certain. I've never heard of such a thing being done. I believe it may be our best recourse. That is, of course, assuming you can perform the initial rites and incantations flawlessly. Even the smallest misstep, and we would have to start over. You needn't worry about that. I've seen the spells cast so many times that their motions have been burned into my memory. I won't disappoint. Very well. Let us work out the specifics afterwards. Once we do, we can test out our methods on one of the escaped creatures. But I suppose there is the matter of finding one. It would be foolish to rush in blindly, lest we find ourselves surrounded with naught but an untested stratagem at our disposal. Nay, I would prefer to engage a single creature that Kova could dispatch on his own if the spell were to go awry. I agree, and I may have an idea in that regard. I recall seeing the hippocampus wandering the waterways during my flight. Perhaps it's still there. Few of the subjects housed within Asphodelos are fond of water, and I believe we'll be able to engage the beast without fear of unwanted guests. Then that shall be our first target, or perhaps subject is a better term. Before we commence with the intermittent magics, the creature should be weakened to a sufficient degree. I believe I can trust you with that task. I'm good at beating things up! As dependable as ever. Once you have given it a thorough trouncing, we shall bind this hippocampus with the keyword's magic. Until then, my illusions shall fight by your side. The hippocampus will be alone, but it's a daunting opponent nonetheless. Its magic warps the environment around it, and it will be at home amidst the waterways. Steel yourself for a fight. I have a little girl in my lap. Yes, I do. I have a little girl in my lap. Her is my baby Lush. Pew, 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 pew. I did it. I think I remember starting to ship them. I can't help it. how small he is. I'm even taller than Eric. I think Eric's supposed to be... I think they're supposed to be right around the same age, from what I can recall. My baby love. Baby love. Athena ever drove home the fact that our subjects should be treated with the utmost care. It would be best that we could see them confined once again rather than disposed of like beasts gone feral. I take it we're... Oh. The design of this boss is so cool. I want this as a mount. Where's the purring girl? Good job, Eric. Was everybody waiting for this? This is old shit. You don't need this. That was a trial by fire, or water, I suppose. But I had faith we would see it through. So long as we had your stout arm, of course. My lasers. I knew that you were no mere mercenary, but to make such clean work of the hippocampus. Seasoned fighters scarcely have occasion to visit Pandaemonium, let alone display their skills. Mastery takes all forms indeed. Needless to say, our plan worked to perfection, in no small part thanks to you two. Themis's power was more than enough to complete the interment. Spellcasting was never my strong suit, but that almost made me feel like a proper magus? Truly? Have seen your abilities firsthand in your fight with Kova, I beg to disagree. Shackles is the one exception. 'Tis only because I've been forced to practice it since I was but a small child. The other magics leave me feeling completely out of my depth. Regardless, it seems luck is on my side to guide me to you. We may prove the impossible possible after all. After witnessing the hippocampus's capabilities, I should not blame you for wishing to avoid engaging any further creations in the place of their choosing. Alas, I doubt you'll have the luxury. Yes, this one will either go really well or really bad. Even the normal abyss can go tits up real fast. I heard the savage is brutal. While our success in sealing away the hippocampus is certainly heartening, the fact that we have yet to see any other warders concerns me. The keyword of Asphodelos is nothing if not cautious. Doubtless he has gathered what warders he could and retreated to a safe area. Let us hope so. It occurs to me that I know little of the key wards besides their magical prowess. Is there aught more you can share? Of course. A man named Hesperos is in charge of Asphodelos. Not only does he have thorough knowledge of the creatures here, but he takes great pains to be a mentor of each of the warders under his charge. He has done much to ensure that I flourish here, in spite of my ineptitude at magic, and I have always known him to be the sort of man who faces difficult decisions with unwavering composure. Furthermore, keywords are not only masters of interment, they can also bend the hallways of Pandaemonium to their will with creation magics. With all this in mind, I am certain that so long as Hesperos guides them, the other warders are safe. I could see why absolute control over the environs is imperative. Had we faced the hippocampus upon arid sands instead of the waterways, I suspect the battle would have ended much more quickly. In any case, if this Hesperos is as capable and caring as you say, we would do well to seek him out as soon as we can. He has, like as not, taken your colleagues to a secure location. The safest place would be the innermost circle of Asphodelos. From there, they could flee to Abyssos if hard-pressed. Even should they have sought safe haven from within other circles, if we make for the fourth, we ought to encounter them on the way. Indeed. And we shall gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation within Asphodelos, which will be essential in determining whether we ought to continue down to Abyssos. The rub, of course, is that I myself possess no power to bend the circles to my will. Instead, we must proceed through the central corridor, which was barred by the Phoenix, last I checked. Phoenix. I've heard that name before. A fiery bird with life eternal. Beyond unquenchable brilliance, perfected concept boasts nigh boundless restorative powers, if I recall. Truly an exemplary feat of creation magics. Perfection is ever built on the back of failure, however, and La Habrea suffered countless missteps during his experiments. And he was hardly the only one. This phoenix will be but one of many attempts at the concept gone awry. Far from evoking wonder, a phoenix is a creature of fury and wrath, and seeks only to turn the world to ash. Thus was it confined within Pandaemonium. Development of the concept continued elsewhere, but as the moons turned, more and more researchers abandoned the project as an impossibility, save for La Habrea and his words. When I received word that at long last La Habrea had succeeded where so many others had failed, I was nearly overcome. Pray tell, how did the warders of Pandaemonium celebrate their master's accomplishment? I don't believe we did. The research of the words of La Habrea has little consequence to our work here, save for those rare times it charges us with a new specimen. Truth be told, I don't remember anyone making note of the occasion. But enough reminiscing. We must make ready to confront the Phoenix. While it's possible that it flew off to some other wing of Pandaemonium, we would make that assumption at our own peril. Better to assume that we'll need to bring Asphodelos' most unruly subject to heel. I certainly see no reason to delay. The Phoenix's power over flame will avail it far less in a barren corridor than elsewhere, and so may it serve us, so it may well serve us to subdue it sooner rather than later. Derpy. Vampire Daddy. Oh, hi. I don't remember this. Hello. What? It seems whoever is behind this can alter the space around us at will. We face an uphill battle. Impossible. If those are creation magics at work, then that means... Let us confront that reality after we have conquered the enemy in front of us. Every drop of our focus shall be required if we are to inter the Phoenix. Do-do-do. Boopity-boop. Boopity-boopity-boopity-boopity-boopity-boopity-boop. Boopity-boopity-boopity-boop. I remember when Kajani and Slay and them, when their static was doing this one, this one took them, this one and, which one was it? I think the third one in every single tier is always been, like, joked to be the hardest fight in each tier. And, it was this one, and what's the third one in the second tier? Oh shit, I don't remember. But I remember this one took them forever to clear. I think it did a lot of people. It took a long time for many statics to clear this one, because it was just, it's orange and orange and orange, like, because the AoE circles on the ground are orange. And because there's so much orange going on in there, like, people just, like, it was awful. let me go to Ratchet Han. Never a baby girl. Boobies. Boop, boopity boop. She just wants me to let her sleep. Goodbye. Stop getting me scouting gear. I don't use it. I don't have a... I don't have ninja right now. I remember this being one of my favorite fights, though. Which one are you doing first, big boy? Okay. Now out to this. That's not good. We don't need to touch. This is not going to be good. I want that mount. It's so cool. I've seen it. It's just, yeah, it's so cool. With that, the Phoenix is shackled once more. However, there is yet the matter of this arena. As you told us, there is but one person in Asphodelos with the ability and authority to wield such magics. Though, fortunately, it appears he has saved us the trouble of finding him. What's up, bitch? A contemptible display, as befits an inferior specimen. Bitch, I kill gods. Even so, I expected it would at least delay your advance. Imagine my surprise when I saw the chains of interment drag the phoenix back to its cage. Either the bird is even more a failure than its creators care to admit, or you are no mean trespassers. I had hoped their suspicion were misplaced, but alas. Vampire Daddy. Keyword Hesperos. Why? Why have you brought such chaos to your beloved Pandaemonium? Pandaemonium. Pitiless, impenetrable, and utterly steadfast, unlike those charged with its keeping. What has possessed you? I don't understand. Oh, Ericthonios, must you pester me with these inane questions? Think for yourself. Surely you can muster a theory or two with that dim wit of yours. Then again, you have never been one for insight. When Master La Habrea suffers your mediocrity, I shall never understand. You may look like him, but you're not the Hesperos I know. Something has warped you too, from the inside out. The keyword I knew had compassion for all those under his charge, be they clad in robes or shackled in chains. Was that all farce? Did you hide your contempt for us all these years? I want his cloak. Those who are content to merely glimpse the water's surface are doomed to be dragged into its depths. You prove my opinion of you with every word. My mind is clearer than has ever been. Even now, seeing you feebly grasp for answers makes the bile rise in my throat. Such wasted potential. To be son to Master La Habrea, yet no more skilled with magic than a newborn babe. I remember with that, I was always like the first time that was revealed, I was so shook. I was like, whoa, hold on, what? But of course, it's always about La Habrea. Silence! You are not worthy to utter his name. For once, be grateful to witness a feat beyond your meager abilities, beyond your shallow reckoning. I have slipped the surly bonds of mortality. I have become one with their mythic creations and rid myself of imperfections. I stand upon the threshold of godhood. As a Hemethios shall I serve Master La Habrea, ever faithful unto the end of days. And he shall require no other. I think not. Are you so blinded by arrogance that you have lost sight of what it means to serve? Ericthonius is more capable than you could ever know. It was thanks to his instruction that I was able to master the art of interment, both how to wield it and how to break free of it. Kova, let us quit this place. Whatever poison has corrupted Hesperos' mind, it is plain his power far eclipses our own. We must have time to gather our strength. Weaklings though they may be, it takes a singular aptitude to master interment so quickly. To say nothing of how swiftly that familiar laid low the phoenix. Regardless, their noble aims will be their undoing. Where they fritter away their strength in calming the beast of Asphodelos, I continue my work. even should they survive long enough to reach the heart of my domain. Naught shall await them but doom. I eagerly await your arrival, Ericthonios. Even dullards have their uses. Give me his outfit. I want his cloak. Hi. Hidey hidey's. Hidey hidey's. Hi, Eric. Please. Leave me be. My darkest suspicions have been realized. We face the keyword of Asphodelos himself. More than that revelation, however, Ericthonios worries me. He loved Hesperos for his compassion, but received naught but scorn from whatever the keyword has become. He has said little since our return. I only hope that the shock of recent events does not prove to be a death knell for his resolve. Much as I am loath to disturb Ericthonios so soon after what just occurred, I am afraid circumstances do not afford us the luxury of time. Perhaps it will do him well to speak about recent events, concerning both the keyword and his father. Hi, babies. Let me stretch you out my legs so you can lay on them. The creation of the ward which surrounds Pandaemonium was an astonishing feat of magical prowess, a feat accomplished by none other than La Habrea. That both my father and I combined others in chains is perhaps the only thing we have in common. Ah, so it is true. I'm La Habrea's son. Bereft of his talent for magics or his brilliant mind, but his son nonetheless. Surely that doesn't come entirely as a surprise to you. Nay, I had an inkling when you said you had practiced ethereal shackles since childhood. Assuming you haven't been employed here quite that long, it had to indicate some long-held connection with La Habrea. 'Twas La Habrea that taught me how to cast ethereal shackles, but that was it. My further education was overseen by the words of La Habrea, more specifically, my mother, who was a researcher there. You did speak of Athena, chief keyword before La Habrea. She is your mother, yes? How astute. Emma, please sit still. I can see now why you were chosen to lead this investigation. Hold on, let me get rid of this. You're the right of it. Athena was my mother, and it was she who invited me to join her here. La Habrea had nothing to do with it. I see there is little lost love between you two. What I cannot see is why La Habrea was appointed chief keyword when another was already in place. Was in place. My mother is no longer with us. And La Habrea was all too eager to assume her responsibilities, with nary a moment spared to mourn her. What love do I owe him now when he offered not one drop of compassion then? Ah, I see. She is no longer with us. An expression to convey the end of a life. I have known only the public face of La Habrea. While he is lauded for his ability to maintain composure in the face of unnerving circumstances, I must admit that often he comes across as cold. Apologies, but can we speak of something else? This topic isn't an easy one for me to discuss. Of course, there are more pressing matters at hand after all, namely, how to deal with Hesperos. We have yet to see the other warders. Judging by what we know, we can surmise that Hesperos has confined them somewhere beyond our grasp. And now that he is aware of our presence, we will be preparing for our next encounter. We cannot expect to face him on equal footing. Quite the opposite, in fact. Every moment we spend chasing after the creations is another moment Hesperos can contrive another advantage for himself. The wisest course would be to find him first and foremost. He said that he has become one with the creations. Perhaps that means he is vulnerable to interment? In theory, that should be possible. However, is it enough merely to confine him? After all he has done, I need to know why. I need to know what drove him to forsake everything he's worked for. Was it all truly so he could serve his master? To my mind, he's merely put La Habrea's own work at risk in trade for some nebulous power. La Habrea is a chief key ward of Pandaemonium. How would throwing it into disarray win his favor? It doesn't make any sense. I share your curiosity, but we must consider that our enemy has us at a disadvantage in every sense. What do you think? Should we seek to put him in fetters, or would it be too dangerous to allow him quarter? I want answers too. Daring as ever, I see. I know not which trials you have faced in your past, but to see you so certain it is all the convincing I need. Very well. Let us try Erichthonios' plan. Thank you, Kova. I believe I could shed some light on the nature of our foe. When Hesperos spoke with us, I noticed he bore the telltale fangs of the Vracolicus, a beast which feeds off the ether of its prey. Likely that is the creation Hesperos merged his essence with. And we know all too well that he can change the environment around himself at will. The battle will not be an easy one, but I believe in our victory. Vampire Daddy. He called himself a Hemetheus and claimed immortality. I know not how he discovered this dark art, but his actions do not bespeak a sound mind. That Hesperos possessed such a lust for power that he would resort to this. Clearly I misjudged him. I like nothing more than to strike him down myself, but seeing you wipe that arrogant grin off his face will taste just as sweet. No, not the glasses. Vampire Daddy, no, put the glasses back on. Now, Themis, we end this here. Fools. I will not be put in chains. To think I would fall before one such as you. Perhaps I should have treated you as more than a mere nuisance. Despite your victory, you shall never have the knowledge you seek. The secrets of my transformation, the secrets of my deception, they shall return to the star with me. You are wasting your breath, Hesperos. We have the upper hand now. Surely you can see that. Yes, my repertoire is not exhausted yet, however. Although I have failed, my end shall be on my terms. I remain loyal to the very last. Come what may, I die with dignity. How did your ambition lead you so astray, Hesperos? You were better than that. Your stars shone more brightly than any other in Pandaemonium. You had La Habrea's respect, his trust. What more did you seek? That you would forsake all that and sully your legacy besides. He became so blinded by his own desires that he lost sight of his duty. In the end, he lost everything, and his plans lie in tatters. I fail to see any dignity in that. Even so, I would have liked to know why he chose this path. Hesperos' infatuation with your father was his undoing. Perhaps he was jealous the fate had chosen you, and not him, to be La Habrea's son. So terrible did this jealousy become that he saw verboten power that La Habrea would be unable to ignore. How does a pursuit for respect warp one's heart so? How does infatuation with one person turn into contempt for everyone else? I've never heard of such a thing. It's not as uncommon as you think. I see. I admit I cannot but find it vexing, and perhaps it signifies not but my own capacity for bitterness. I do understand what it is to have a beacon to follow in dark times, a person you trust to guide you true. How it is to desperately wish their light would fall upon you again. But we have spent enough time assuming the intentions of the departed. There are the living to consider. We must find the other warders and round up the remaining creations forthwith. Of that, at least, we could be certain. I believe I can be of help on that matter. The influence of Hesperos' magic is fading throughout Asphodelos. Now is the perfect opportunity to seize control of the facilities and restore things to their original state. Seize control? Can you really do that? What? What is this presence? Erichthonios, what lies beyond that threshold? That's the passage which connects Asphodelos to Abyssos. Why? Be on your guard, you two. Now that Asphodelos is free of obstructions, I can more easily sense disturbances in the lower levels. Something stirs in Abyssos. A warding sigil? How? Let us return to the gates for now. I should like to appraise the situation from there. Needless to say, our investigation is far from over. Just when I had thought our work to be done, did this tragedy unfold all throughout Pandaemonium? Although we have defeated Hesperos, it appears we have but scratched the surface of Pandaemonium's troubles. My head is still swimming with questions, but could this mean that Hesperos wasn't actually behind this? It is a stark possibility, yes. The root of this crisis may lie somewhere much deeper than even Abyssos. When we first encountered you, you said the memories of your escape were vague and that your senses were muddled. I believe this was more than the result of a panicked mind. You were made to feel this way by a powerful magical influence. It's possible that the same magic could have poisoned Hesperos' heart, twisting his affection for La Habrea into a burning obsession. Then, in his altered state, he was made an offer of power he could not refuse. Wait. Are you suggesting that someone else turned Hesperos into that thing? If so, it stands to reason that they wouldn't stop at him, or that they wouldn't stop at him. Indeed, a mysterious mastermind does not lack for subjects for his experiments. For more potential I cannot pronounce that word. If what you're saying is true, then my colleagues, they're doomed to share the same fate as Hesperos. Do not lose heart yet, Erechthonios. Hesperos challenged us alone, and that tells me that the process of his creation was a long and taxing one. If he was the first Hematheos, then the rest of the warders are likely still alive. However, as much as I would like to hasten deeper into Pandaemonium, the way forward is sealed off. We must focus our efforts in finding a way through. With the creation still having free reign of Asphodelos, that won't be easy. On the contrary, I yet retain control of these circles, and thus can wield intermittent magic within their halls at will. The creatures will pose no threat to us. Just like that. Then nothing's stopping us from returning to Asphodelos. Just so. I shall require your expertise to keep the peace after the subjects have been returned to their confinement, however. You are Asphodelos' sole remaining warder, after all. Truth be told, I did not expect this investigation to become so involved. Of course, I would like to resolve matters here without resorting to outside help, but... Do you mean to send a report to La Habrea? Tis too soon to say. Let us first find a way into Abyssos. It will be best to withhold our judgment until we have ascertained the whereabouts of the other warders and the identity of the party responsible for their disappearance. Agreed. Even so, if it means saving even a single life within Pandaemonium, then I'm not above asking La Habrea for help. Should it come to that. Recent discoveries certainly paint Hesperos' actions in a new light. The number of unknown elements in this investigation grows, and we must proceed forward with the utmost caution. To that end, Erchthonius and I shall remain here for the time being. Much as I enjoy your company, I do not believe that we shall be needing protection so long as we remain in Asphodelos. You should take this time to rest. Surely you are weary, and there may be more battles ahead of us. Themis' burden may grow heavier in your absence, but he's shown that he's more than capable to bear it. Still, I would help wherever I'm able. All we've achieved so far has been thanks to you two, and I mean to repay the debt I owe. I don't know what use I can be outside of placating the creatures, but I'll find a way. Nonsense. You owe us nothing. It was thanks to your knowledge of the magics which govern this place that we were able to come this far. Elsewise, we would have likely succumbed to the hippocampus's assault. Each of us arrived at this dire pass by separate paths, but it is only by combining our respective expertise that we will reach the end of it and see Pandaemonium saved. Thank you, Themis. Hesperus's words seem to have affected me more than I realize. Together we've come this far, and together we'll reach the end. I have no doubt we will. Even so, let us allow Kova his rest. Besides, you have someone awaiting your report on your progress, yes? I dare say your story will be much more than they ever imagined. My friend would be very curious to hear what has occurred here. However, I fear that if I left Pandaemonium, the wards protecting it would quickly deteriorate. I hope he does not mind assuming some of my duties in the meantime. So you don't serve the convocation. I suppose I needn't worry about you going behind our backs to curry favor with La Habrea. Quite the opposite. I don't... I do not want anything to do with that man. So, you're safe. No thank you. Okay, I had to get a pair of socks. My feet were freezing. Welcome, Koba. Back from the past, none the worse for wear, I see. So what did you find? I have a story to tell you. So there's evil afoot in Pandaemonium, an already ominous place, I must say. Mythic beasts and missing warders. Truly we are fortunate to see you return to us in one piece. It appears the voice Kova heard from the crystal spoke the truth. As for who left it behind and why, those are yet questions to be answered. Indeed, it could be someone who lived among the ancients, or it could be someone trying to avert a tragedy from the future, which remains shrouded in mystery. Yet ilm by ilm we shall unveil that mystery, with the help of Koba, of course. By his actions was the fabric of the past reshaped, yet he returns to the same present he left, which can only mean one thing. That his intervention in Pandaemonium's crisis is not one of but one of the countless building blocks of history upon which our present has been built. There's no telling what consequence would arise if we stopped pursuing this matter now. Whatever plot is unraveling within Pandaemonium, we must not let it reach its conclusion. If one of those creatures should escape, what ripples would carry forth to the future? They might wreak havoc upon the world of the ancients, and their despair would leave an indelible mark upon history's pages. That despair would only feed the terrible beasts that arose during the final days. The first final days already had a drastic effect on the eons that followed. If the scars it left were made even deeper, then we risk losing our present entirely. Whatever the cost, our connection with the future of Elpis must be preserved. I know I have asked much of you already, but can I count on you to continue your work in Pandaemonium? Your tireless efforts are much appreciated. There is aught we can do to ease your burden. You need only say the word. Speaking of which, might you return the crystal into our keeping? While we cannot accompany you to the past, perhaps something can be gained by researching it further. It shines just as splendidly as the day we met. We shall begin work right away, but I cannot promise any meaningful results for some time. And as matters at Elpis seem to be in a similar state, I must ask that you rest. But before that, allow me to make an introduction. As our research moves into its critical stage, I find it only suitable to recruit another assistant. Malini is an expert in armaments from throughout history, be they from the far-flung past or made in the most modern forges. Should you find aught of interest in your ventures, bring it here and she will be glad to offer her services. We know researchers in numerous fields that would love to get their hands on artifacts from bygone eras, and would give you goods in return that should aid in your travels ahead. Furthermore, if you ever wish to peruse the records and events that you have reported here, Mgigi has been taking faithful and thorough notes. She is your complete disposal. I sense that we have embarked upon something monumental, something that will dwarf all else I have accomplished in my many years of research. I can think of no greater honor nor reassurance than to have your capable assistance in this endeavor. If there is anything to be found that will contribute to your success, we shall find it. I shall not rest until we have unlocked the mysteries of this crystal, and you'll be the first to know when we do. Oh my god, I did not know that. That should tell you anything. I did not know that you could come here for that. Oh, okay, that's actually kind of pretty. It's so bland, like, it's just got the sparkles. That's just kind of bland for Savage content. I don't know. It's just me. Kova, I've made a breakthrough. After uncountable days and nights, I have finally hearkened into the crystal's whispers, and I must say, Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Kova. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we could start from the beginning. With the crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown, they cried out for the deliverance from Pandaemonium. I know all this. Yes. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In this process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning. Specifically, the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Kova grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusino. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandaemonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual, and while I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you the last time, none but the Professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Kova, it may be best to return to Pandaemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandaemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandaemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on the creatures Kova has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Where is that? Oh, what up, Themis? Ah, didn't expect to meet you here of all places. Yeah, likewise. You seek records of Pandaemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandaemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erchthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to Master Itterman, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask that you accompany me while I attend to another matter, or idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the naos to Pandaemonium. These make me sad, because it's just like Gaia's left, and I think there are others unknown that are still alive. There's some that we don't know their fates. The Convocation of the 14. But they're mostly gone, and it just makes me sad. Hi. As I had pondered our expedition into Pandaemonium, I could not help but be mystified how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. Hesperos and Erchthonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandaemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they all have been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions as to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandaemonium and wish to know its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandaemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations, which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis, could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including for the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Annider would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandaemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandaemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interests changed. Failures and creations deemed too flawed, even to submit to Elpis, paradoxically drew the attention of Pandaemonium's researchers. And it's quite the change. And in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief key ward, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandaemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? I know not what you're suggesting, but the key wards also hold some sway in the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be freed from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic, we but recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within Pandaemonium's halls. They're a liar! Really? And are you certain that a key ward sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the Words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than necessary. We're fighting the war. Okay. All is well. Blatant lie. And to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let's hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandaemonium with haste. They're a liar! I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill. Good Lord. As does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope that no harm has befallen him. Eric, you good, buddy? He's good! Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Hi? I don't remember you. There's something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. That it is, in spite of all the trouble I went into freeing it. I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrest from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words. I'll find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there's no need for such hostility. The calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times. The scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I'm not told that to anyone. Not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandaemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. Seems fortune no longer favors you. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. up, Themis? Just what was that familiar after? Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There's logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider the experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You've met him, yes? Do you think he's capable of this? Yeah. He's capable of much and more. Well, he's capable of far more than you know. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough. But let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left upon me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There is one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandaemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. Let's split up, gang. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excessive caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandaemonium. We can safely assume that other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Eric Thonios' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Leave it to me. I got my sage pew powers. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. You calling me fat? Rude. Let's go. Gonna fight Poison Carbuncle. Just what is La Habrea planning? And what role do I play in his schemes? Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandaemonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. I just love the design of this place. The giant chains. I wish we could explore more of it. Of course it wouldn't. I just want one line. Oh, since I'm going in... Nope, I'm going in the 6th circle. 7th is the next one. God, can you imagine like working here every day? It's so bleak though. Like I love the design of this place, but it's so bleak. God, it's so ugly. I'll be waiting on this one for a while. Where's Bosha? One with flames. There we go, there's a Bosha. That's the title I have on my main. This one is taking a while. The other ones are popping pretty fast, and now this one is just like, ah. See, I have Dark Knight. I know I can get 640 gear from How expensive are you? Not as bad. I'm gonna have to go on my main and get this stuff. Gotta get it. I've only got to get the book for Scholar, but I've got to get it for Summoner, Dark Knight. I got to get everything for Summoner, for Dark Knight, and then soon for God, because I'm not gonna have. What do you look like? I wish they had more sage weapons. Okay, but I actually kind of like those. How much are you? Oh, not worth that. Holy crap. Those are so sad. They're so tiny. I don't think I have enough. Let's see. Oh, I do not. I've not done Crystal Conflict at all on this character. Yes, I have. I just used it to... No? What did I do? I think I got some stuff for Dark Knight or whatever. Some glam for Dark Knight. Because I hate Crystal Conflict, dude. You got people who cheat, and then you got people who just don't do anything at all. You got people that are just way too damn good. Because I'm so far from getting the Manderville stuff. Of course, they don't have any sage weapons here. I wonder how you get these. I guess ranked? Because those are cool. Do I have stuff for my machinist at level 60? I guess it'll Shire, since I'm capped. Even though it's level 50. Oh my god, that guy's name is Vinneberry Crunch. I love him. Okay, there's that. Alright, hold on. What all do I have? Okay, there's a conservator's hat and the coat. I'll need the gloves. I have the hose. I don't need the earrings. There we go. Now he's all good to go. Whenever he reaches... I guess I could go do Beast Tribe while waiting for this. This is awful. Why were the other ones so fast to queue, and then this one's just taking forever? Hunt train waiting, I guess. No, I hate doing this. Like how it's making wheel noises even though I'm in the air. I think we're wanting blue. Yep. You're wanting yellow. There's the one that wants the red. They're usually up here. Here you are. Okay, that one's done. Goodbye. Is he not in here? What? Oh, he's up. Oh. Goodness. I know I was trying to do a trial the other day on here on Kova, and a friend of mine joined with me, Kajani, and like I'd been waiting for 30 minutes before Kajani joined, and then when Kajani joined, we waited like 35 minutes. He finally took it to Party Finder, and it filled up pretty quickly. But it was just... oh. Goodbye. Thou shalt festu... Sorry. Now here's something I always get cracked up at. Okay, so he jumps around. Okay, the acid wears down the metal bars, jumps around. He jumps down on the ground. Floor leaves. Okay. Floor gone. We fall. He hits the ground. Where are us? Where are we? We are in the air. He eats this. We are in the air so long that we're just... Ah. So when do I get the version of a carbuncle for my summoner? Like the Venus fly traps everywhere. No, I got stuck with everything. No. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Yeah, you don't say. Erichthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Were the circumstances different? It's La Habrea. I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. I'm all too familiar, Paragon. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea, of the Convocation of the 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. Ugh, what is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. That's because ours is scant. Scant as shit. Such thin ether, and an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erichthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet with Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erichthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erichthonios, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Imposter. You have no right to claim that form. That mask. Where are your eyebrows? You look so weird. 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erichthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus, and it is I whom you should call father. What in the name of creation? We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. That sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please, help him. Save him. Meow. My little Emma girl. Okay. I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. I still don't understand. As you are aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azam and I detected irregularities in Pandaemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea, as well, is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you. Although neither Azam nor I have ever met you in the flesh, you came with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. Though somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to himself was out there, amused Azam to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held the position of Azam previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. I made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware, though, I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. Emotional damage! Oh god, this boss. I hate this boss. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that calls himself La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandaemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandaemonium, including the fact that Azam and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the key wards, stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. 'Tis not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire, all the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems he has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandaemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As chief key ward of Pandaemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be abandoned and the facility destroyed. Summarily? Summarily. There we go. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandaemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet as you can see by Eric Thonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Aslam and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. This is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken a moment to consider another path? No? You spared nary the thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Koba has stood up against. Kova? Is it? A being of such ether as I've never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Kova. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. It's too soon to give up on saving the others. Agreed. We still know next to nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Esfidelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall pass my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandaemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into an abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Kova's might and Eric Thonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandaemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Kova, come find me when you're finished. Erechthonios is understandably frustrated. But if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. You have done all you can with your words. Only your actions can convince me now. Despite recent developments, our plan remains unchanged. Pray call me Themis for the time being. It shall put us all in the correct mindset, and in fact I may be coming to prefer that name. You know, honey, do you have to lay on my keyboard? You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, La Habrea will have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other key wards did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandaemonium were reduced to rubble. I'm eager to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Kova? Does the La Habrea, have any regard for the lives of others? Will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? I have no idea what he will be like in this age. This age? Just how long has it been since you last met? Regardless, I'd like you to try and view him as he is now. Another opinion would be much appreciated. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Kova. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandaemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I am loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us. And seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Kova, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities, and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you could do. Researchers of different layers seldom contact one another unless work is involved, and I know next to nothing about the key ward of Abyssos. Any morsels of information La Habrea can offer would be a boon. Erechthonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Asm. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen. even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think I would encounter an existence I could not recreate by my own hand. Asm never ceases to surprise. The previous Asm was much the same. And taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this manner, the true danger of Asm's nature is its tendency to infect all those he comes into contact with. Emmett Silk said much of the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more about Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keywords reach as far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of hegemony. Hegemony? I guess that's hegemony. Keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. I want to look up... I need to know how to pronounce some of these freaking names, dude. This is like... Okay, going to Google. Google Translate, help me. Or not Google Translate, pronunciation. How do I pronounce this shit?
PronounceNames.com.
Hegemony. Hey. What the fuck? Hegemony. Hegemony. Oh my god. Okay. Hegemony. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. I can sense those qualities within her still. There's something... And while I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a hematheos, doubtless against her will. Kova, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Erechthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Perhaps not the word to use, but... It's awkward. Okay, let's go back to Thavnir. Little paw print, little puppy. Yes! Little toe beans. Puppy toe beans. Okay. I love their noodle arms. Thank God this white mage knows. I can sense from here that hegemony, however the fuck, has been contained. The effect of asbestos' tinkering is even more dire than I had imagined. As is to be expected, Ericthonios appears quite pleased with their victory. We've won! The keyboard is sealed away, and alive this time! La Habrea can't deny us now. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemony has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hematheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there's one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandaemonium. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct a duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Kova and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and act before the path lies close to us. Before that path. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying Pandaemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once. And do not think to set foot in Pandaemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. This is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even if were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Ericthonios. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives. What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. Uh-oh. I can hear it again. That voice inside my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother. Oh, I love you so. And this voice will guide me to you. No, listen not, Erechthonios. Who's speaking? Apologies. You taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. So this is awkward. You guys you guys gotta work on your shit. That was Hephaestus' work, there could be no doubt. It seems he learned from his previous failure. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erechthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erechthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywards should have had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless, Hephaestus' magic fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? I've been hearing this voice, too. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erechthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywards? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erechthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. There is time yet to save him. We could easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandaemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erechthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. Well, Habrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandaemonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That I expect Strokova shall shine. His dissolute ether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. The time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. You will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erichthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erichthonios' feelings for his mother? Well, I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema. You act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. Did you mean to protect Erichthonios with your silence? How dare you? No. No. You're right. The blame for Erichthonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well. I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She has served in Pandaemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He has hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As far as the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with hegemony. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take effort, and what a mercy the underworld will be to her. Stop fighting with your kid. Why is Father fucked up? How many of these do I have? Why is the bitch a tree? Oh. Oh. Oh my. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and Pandaemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. The space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo, if only I could restore Tartaros to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, Keyword Agdistis. I should not have been surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even diminished as you were. 'Twas not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now. Even when my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report. That was you. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I am about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erechthonios. No longer can you hide your heart away. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonios. My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so. But Athena's teachings have warped the boy. Fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erechthonios believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parent's shadow. Erchthonios loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've been born to what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Hebrea's nature. Every action, every word, a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Hebrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erchthonios, I hope. Thank you, Agdistis. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final key ward has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. It was Erchthonius' hatred of his father that caused him to fall as victim to Hephaestus' magic. Yet the roots of that hatred were born from a son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandaemonium abounds with demons indeed. Agdistis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments. That she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research, and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. 'Twas merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erchthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research, and succeeded in creating yeah. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct their next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erchthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistis' last wish. Very well. I can, at least, assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend Pandaemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. La Hebrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Kova's phantom warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. If Hephaestus truly means to continue Athena's research, then Erechthonios is indispensable to his goals. He is safe, but for how much longer, I cannot say. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, friend. Of course not. Oh my god. I didn't go back to Maru. Might as well do this first. Yeah, well, whose fault is that? I'll take that. Sure. I know more than you. Okay. Now let me go back to... What can I get from you for right now? Nothing. Other than a little wind-up doll. That's the only beast tribe I've unlocked on Kova so far. Oops. And as you can see, I've not worked on anything else because I've just been doing story. Can I land on this? Can I land on this? Shame. Can I land on you? I cannot land on you. What? Oh, I know what I should do. I'm an idiot. Excuse me, I'm an idiot. I should go to... Actually, I don't know. Because if Duty Finder goes off, won't it, it'll kick me out of the thing, won't it? Okay, I actually kind of like that. What is her glam? Why? Alright, DPS. I can't queue this as summoner because my gear is not good enough. There it is. How much are you? What about Ritascata? That's still... Or Ritasita, whatever the hell you pronounce it. And classical won't be enough. Oh, wait. I need a summoner. Jesus. Tempting. I'm gonna have to go. Oh my god, dude! I'm gonna have to go to Universalists and look at this stuff. What is this top that he has? Oh, that's the yeah. That's the raid glam, raid gear. You know what? That can't be comfy, baby. She's like laying in the crook of my legs, like all. Well, it's a cat, so. Maybe I could, since... Where is it? Tomra. Because you don't get any experience for this. For the behavior at my meeting. For all my bluster, I had nothing to offer. You made me see the hypocrite that I was, and I'm determined to do better. Be lying if I said I wasn't struggling, though. We need more automata to help us rebuild, you see. And I thought that we could repurpose the ones we've got guarding the village. But when I went to shut one down, the blasted thing tried to bash my head in. Barely escaped with my beard, I tell you. Whoever programmed them did their job a little too well. You're supposed to be a mighty warrior, though. Ain't that right? Think you could subdue an Ironbeard for me, just to show how it's done? If I could see it once, I reckon I could deal with it myself. I'm in your debt. Here, take the sack. You can slip it over an Ironbeard to keep it subdued while you've knocked it around enough. I have to be careful not to just absolutely obliterate this thing. I'm just gonna have to... Oh my. What? Where? Goodness. Bugger my beard, you took care of the automaton so quickly I would have missed it if I blinked. Thanks for bringing this thing back. And for the lesson as well. I reckon I've got the trick of it now. I've also come to realize something. There ain't no action so noble as one that you take for another. I'll keep that close to my heart, and strive to be someone who strives for others just like you. By the way, the chief came looking for you while you were outside the village. Okay. Well, yet another recording device has arrived, ho. Whatever Konog's up to, as long as he keeps sending these, we can assume he's safe and well. Anyway, here you go. Chief? Can I speak with you a moment? Sure, what is it? It's Sklag. I ran into him just now, and he was behaving oddly. Just when you think he's angry, he suddenly bursts into tears. The next thing you know, he's talking with you like you're an old friend. That. He's been that way since the meeting. But I'll sort him out. Don't worry. Thanks for bringing me word, and let me know if you notice anything else. It seems Glag's condition isn't common knowledge yet, but it's only a matter of time if it continues to worsen, like it seems to be doing. Sorry, I'm saying all this out loud, but I know it's not your problem to deal with. Just stay focused on the rebuilding. That's how you'll be best help to us. Artifacts collection. Yep. Isn't it? There we go. I knew all along, really. I knew that Anog was dead, and that thing with me only looked like her. But being with her, whatever she was, it kept me alive. It made me want to go on living. If the spheres can create anything, rebuild it in our world, then surely they can grant me this. Alright, Q, you can pop anytime now. Hey! Hi, baby. Little baby boo pop. Little baby baby. Alright, everybody. God dang it, you better queue. God dang it. Oh, hey, this thing. Must be a hunt coming up soon. We get you down, Eric.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me. Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let seep sorrow into your heart. A fitting death. Behold the fruits of sacrifice. You will know my rage. flame's entrance. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger. My servants rise. I tire of this farce. I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are afraid to be consumed. Sear flesh from bone.
Man, we're just like wrecking this guy.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Out of my sight!
Ooh, did I kill him? God dang you. God dang you. Wait, I gotta see if I killed him. If I killed him, that would be awesome. Nope. Ilsa Ethic. What do you have to say? The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it, and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. No. Let him go. Let him go. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse may speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall ever remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition to bring Erichthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it means she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erichthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? Some do. I wish you would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared naught for Erichthonios, beyond how he would serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I will not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, No. Then who? How do I... Hearken to your heart. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever? And La Habrea, I will have my say. Let's go! Let's go, kiddo! How? His mind was mine! I can't explain. Kova's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear, as did the words of another, in a voice much like yours but resounding with truth. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless... It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. Go talk to your kid. You did well, son. There you go. I just seriously smiled so big. God dang it. I seriously just smiled like the biggest fucking grin. Where are we? With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we must safely return Erechthonios above, that he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poise in your mind, and for your blessing, it appears your body is no worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing at Pandaemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erechthonios felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was not but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me? I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here, and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she, that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I developed it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believed she bore true affection for me, and I was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandaemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandaemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandaemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agistus to keep watch from Tartaros's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best you see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandaemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself had not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agistus forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erichthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time has come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of an entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware. But you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know— oh, well. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything, to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. a fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains. And when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same fervor. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten inside spreads. "'Twas my weakness that I let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that I had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Egarim and Emmett Selk, in particular, made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. Yet in return, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet, for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need to control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Yes, and now it's our turn to do the same. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me, or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say, thank you, Hephaestus. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally part of him. But La Habrea to me is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become ever more himself in a way. I have said all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge that my heart shall not lead me astray. I've heard enough. There is more that I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandaemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Athena viewed Erchthonios as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus' research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. We have regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order again. My little Immanudes. I owe you an apology, Koba. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you my thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chose to brave the chaos occurring in Pandaemonium, then I would have never known La Habrea's story. My father's story. It was a tale I, too, was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to the speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandaemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining wardens and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartaros, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed, and I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another? While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. That also means that someone besides the present company, and Azim, was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandaemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known, even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other wardens. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may yet take some time. A resource I'd rather not steal more from you. Return at your leisure, and we will share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us, and continue upon your journey. If you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journey smacks of Asm. As well it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. He's a noodle girl. The crystal that hangs from Erichthonios' waist was a gift from me, made in the hopes that it would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. To explain, he no longer requires it. But I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. Laha! You sentimental little bastard! I look forward to you returning with the crystal, but worry not. I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you are gone. I mean, you got Eric right here. As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I transitioned. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I thought that mask assembled a change that bound my heart, but recent events have caused me to reconsider that assumption. Oh, shit. Why, if it isn't Kova. Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Nimgigi has sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Aetioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh. What? What is that? Is it real? Yeah, that's Pandaemonium. Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Fortuno! And you two, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you were involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Yeah, that's going to take a hot minute. While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. Professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Aziz's Law, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. I would really like if I could get the top of that for like Sage. Not the skirt. I don't like the skirt how it like flows out, but the top of that would be really good as a shirt. A rash endeavor, even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandaemonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. You will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Graha and I adopted your kids after you kind of disowned them. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Even though you undisowned them, they're still our kids. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. You're left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I am but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my inexperienced imagination failed to do Pandaemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder, the facility itself traversed the ages. Did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write a report. As for you, Kova, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Ah, Kova, I had a feeling you would arrive soon. Urgent tidings always seem to carry you in their wake, after all, and Master Fortuno recently sent word regarding his investigation. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Professor Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of Pandaemonium in the ethereal sea. You would do well to meet him at once. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the Aetioscope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. Now, these last 4 raids, I love. The music slaps so hard, and the fights are actually pretty fun. Oh, I gotta go all the way. God! That's wild. Hello. And your bulbies. Yeah, my little girl, hers deep and so hard. Her deep is so hard. I'm sorry. I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Let us forego formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudian, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Aziz's Law. The subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Aerochemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belonged to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. There were sights that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, in the most literal sense, 'Twas almost as if an entire sector of the facility had been wrested from existence. Further investigation confirms the expedition party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Aziz's Law has been teleported elsewhere. Teleported? To where? We believe that its destination was none other than the Ethereal Sea. Here were its Allegan facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandaemonium, to great success, as you can see. So that means Professor Claudian is in there? In that monstrous fortress? That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you to its depths in search of a missing man. Yeah, hell, I'll do it. Let's go. Yet before we do, there is another pressing matter. While Pandaemonium may appear firmly seated, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed its behavior with the aestheoscope, and to our horror, witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding ether like a ravenous beast. What? It must be stopped. The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. 'Tis the wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disturbed, life itself might cease to be. Precisely. Its safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Kova. Then we'll be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. This memory crystal was recovered from within Claudian's ship. Take it with you. It may yet provide some insight into the enigma of Pandaemonium. Without Themis, there will be no army of phantom warriors. I realize you are more than capable of combat, but are you certain you'll be alright? Themis isn't the only one who can summon our illusory allies. He isn't? Why, of course. I should have known someone of your talents would master even the ancients' arcane arts. Apologies for my failure of imagination. Well, I have a crystal for that. Thanks, Azam and Hythlodaeus. Thank you. Thank you. Once you are freed of the looming specter of Pandaemonium, you must promise to share your knowledge, and for the sake of thorough reports, of course. In the meanwhile, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can. I shall gather researchers from the confluence to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands. I can imagine them freaking the math out over this. This thing just pops up, and basically their live stream, and they're just like, ah. I can imagine. I'm gonna roll on everything here. Where all can I go in here? Oh, okay. So not far. That's a shame. Oh, my retainers are back. My little Emma Noodle girl. Actually, hold on, let me work on Ernest. Recall, yes. 78. Nope. 76. Oh, shit. Why am I not giving you these? And these are better. Oh, wait. Hold on. I'm an idiot. 70, 76. 70, 76. 74, 78. Ah. Look how pretty this is. God, I cannot wait till 7.0. What are you waiting on?
Death brings me no peace. Such is my fate. My strength is without equal. Flames take you. My every breath is laced with magics. kill you! Another fleeting diversion.
Always more killing to be done, and I'm always happy to oblige. Make it fun for me, eh? The first drops are always the sweetest. I've had enough of you. Curse my time clock. This ain't the fight of the dying begin.
Easy, babies. Wow, holy crap. It took a lot of souls. All day. I'm gonna roll on everything. Here. Oh, God. Impressive work, Kova. The memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I know who you are. I am Athena, chief key ward of Pandaemonium, wife to La Habrea and mother to Eric Thonios, and it is I who have made Pandaemonium anew in the underworld. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. Begone, thought! I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps perhaps a fortunate one. Your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reason to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what La Habrea has told you of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. That appetite yet remains, even after my rebirth. Conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon. Give Claudian back. Claudian? Ah, you must be referring to that man who set foot in Azizla. He is now indispensable to my work. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood. You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you'd be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one for you. Yes, that crystal teems with memories. Memories of two souls you know quite well, La Habrea and Eric Thonios. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that with their help you may come to see clearly. You? How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories I shall very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. This bitch is crazy. I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? You coward. They're scared out of their minds. Some hints I can glean from surroundings, but I prefer you simply cut through this knot of questions. I don't know how long it's been, Koba, but it's good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just where are we? And what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Yeah, so your mom's batshit crazy. Ah, yes, I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. This is a lot to take in. Not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. My bad. Our age had its share of surprises, if my memories are to be believed. The supposedly world-ending final days came upon us, yet here we are, in a future where you, at least, exist. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Kinda. But I can't say. Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As with memories, we may never have the luxury of a larger picture. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's scheming. Let this conviction guide our every action. Agreed. But as memories give in fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Kova in battle. Nay, Athena meant us to speak, and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history with Kova. Likely she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandaemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of the Pandaemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Kova's colleagues will doubtless prove to be of value in that respect. Hi. Okay, gonna stop this one and then pick up the rest on a different... because I didn't realize how long I've been going.